Hello, nice to see you. Uh, I hope the OD is okay. I checked. Uh, it sounded okay, but it's always better to double check. It's okay. Like nothing interesting happened there. Oh, good luck with your exam. I don't know. Narvin looks so young here. He probably shouldn't. Like he has a middle-aged man disease. He shouldn't look baby. I kind of trying to draw him, older as well as Leela, because it's been a long time since series one and stuff. Plus, the beard kind of ages him, and it actually suits him better than his beardless face. Yeah, it's funny because in the previous picture that I drew, Narvin was in front of Leela. And here I decided that they should change places and stuff. It will be a hard challenge since I'm not really good at drawing Romana. I'm avoiding drawing Romana. Yeah, it's that scene in Extermination where Romana is just like, get back here too, and just shoots the Dalek. So yeah, she is feral. I really like Extermination. It's a good episode, but I don't remember. I think you haven't reached the Extermination yet, or did you? Oh, okay. I just have a war room brain rot at the moment, so I'm like, from the one hand, I don't want to spoiler anyone anything, like in case somebody hasn't listened, sorry, to it yet. But at the same time, I'm just sitting like vibrating, wanting to talk about some stuff from the war room. So I don't know. I hope I won't spill the tea in case people who haven't listened to the war room will be watching. Though I don't think there will be a lot of people watching anyway, because like, uh, not so many people are into Gallifrey and stuff. So just like in case someone didn't listen to it yet, I'm um, giving you a warning. Uh, you haven't reached that point. Uh, Series 5 is actually a fun series because it's mostly about Melvin and Romana. They just, I don't know, vibing and trying to fix their relationship with Leela. There are some fun episodes in that series where they have some kind of science fair because they need those Gallifrey and Kilos to invent some kind of time machine or something TARDIS like, so they could leave for the Axis. It's a fun episode because they're like going to that fair and they're like, well, this work is shit. Like, I don't know, it's just hilarious. Which war burner? Ah, wait, the one with Brax from episode 4. That's I love Series 4 so much. It's it's like it's a very interesting series because a lot of people love it, even though it isn't your like typical Gallifrey series. But it's so good. It's so like not like any other Gallifrey series, yet very very Gallifrey like. Uh, One thing I'd wish like the new series such as Time War would be like if they could be both creative and like still feel like you're listening to the Gallifrey and stuff. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I understand. I actually like in the series 4 that each each Gallifrey they visit like Narvin is dead. Like apart from the last one. Uh but they're like, Narvin in this universe was so shit of a guy that he kind of died, like, and he didn't die his own death. Just like somebody poisoned him or like killed him or whatever. So I don't know. It's just funny. I don't know. Just Narvin receiving the signals that if he won't behave, he will be dead because nobody will be here to save him. No. I really like the evil Narvin because I don't know. He's so funny in a way that he sounds like he would flirt with actual primary Taiwan Narvin because he's just like, who's this handsome guy? you know he could have kissed himself. Narvin self-test and stuff, which you find hilarious. Like you don't think about Narvin this way. Oh, hi Sophie. Nice to see you here. Cheers on War Room. Like, I enjoyed it a lot. We haven't talked about it yet. Um, but I mean, uh, it's a good box set. It's like, I'm sorry, it's a bit awkward. But yeah, it's a good box set. I was just chatting that uh, I don't know. It's something that I wanted some of the episodes in Time War 4 be like, it's something that I really wanted from Time War 4, but never got, because I don't know, the Time War 4 was kind of a disappointment for me. I'm re-listening for the Time War series at the moment because War Room had so many uh, details and parallels with it. So I was like, maybe I'm too critical because I don't remember it that well, and maybe there were other references that I missed because I listened to them only when they came out, and it would be a long time ago. Um, so I was really happy to get something really good. I think what's funny for me is that I feel like in the Time War series, apart from I'd say series one, it's really hard to remember the episodes in terms of you know being really catchy in a way. Uh, so you kind of remember that the box set was okay and barely anything out of it. So it's cool that War Room has a bunch of good episodes that are pretty rememberable and stuff. Um, there, there are a lot of good content in War Room. Yeah. I think my biggest issue with Time War 4 was that it kind of didn't have. Mm, I don't know how to explain it, but you didn't get a feeling that you got something from the box set. Like I don't know how to explain it, but I remember that I finished it when it came out, and I was like, and so like, what else? Like, it didn't feel finished. While the War Room feels finished. Like, you got different stories, and they feel completed, and the ending like promises more, yet feels finished. Not like you've been you know dropped on a cliffhanger and fed with promises. So yeah. I'm really happy you were writing the episode because actually, uh, I'm sorry about talking. I'm sorry for talking about Time War 4 so much, uh, but I think that my emotions about the War Room are partly connected to the fact that I was deeply disappointed by the Time War 4. Like, with all my love for the Gallifrey series, and I'm sure that people who worked on Time War 4 tried to do something good with it, but sadly, it just wasn't the case where it worked. Um, and I remember that when I finished Time War 4, I was like, oh, I didn't feel well. Like, I didn't like it, and I like when Time War 1 came out, I was like, I finished it and I bought all the other releases. Like, once they were announced, they didn't even have like the covers for the audios yet. I just bought pre-ordered the releases that would be. But when I finished Time War 4, I was like, oh, Like, sorry, but I'm not buying any more audios before somebody proof listens it and says me that and tells me like this is a good audio, it's worth buying. Uh, so so I can't say that I was really prejudiced towards War Room, but I was like, from the one hand, it's always good to hear Leela because she's my like favorite character in all of the classic series. Uh, so I was like, great, Leela episodes. It could be interesting. Um, but at the same time, I was like, well, it isn't much like Gallifrey. I think that Gallifrey for me is about the other three. So I was like, well, I don't know. If somebody says that it's a good box set, I will buy it. But so far, I'm like pensive about it. Uh, but but then the trailer came out, like the second one, before the release, and there was some dialogues from your episode, and they were so good. And I was like, oh wait, when I saw your name, like among the writers, I was like, well, that gives me hope because at least like I knew you in fandom, so I know that you're a Gallifrey fan, and I was like, well, at least this person knows what people want, and as a fan, probably knows what you would want as a fan. So I was like, it was like it raised my hopes about it being a good box set. Also, when you're told that you're especially writing an Arvin episode, I was like, "Whoa, that's cool. That's that might work." And then the trailer came out, and I was like, "Well, that's gonna be some good stuff there." Like, and it was good stuff. Like, I'm really happy with it. I hope a couple of my friends will be able to listen to it soon, so I'll be able to scream about it a bit. Yeah, it actually killed the fandom. Like whatever remained of it, at least, because I was in a couple of Doctor Who chats and in a couple of Discord servers that were mostly about Gallifrey, but like it seems they died out a bit during that time because a lot of people I know who were in the fandom when I was active, I think they kind of left for another fandoms right after the Time War 4. Like it's okay because people, they tend they tend to go on and find other things to enjoy. But I feel like a bit of disappointment was something that sped the speed the process and well. But I hope that people will listen to it because I've received a lot of messages, like not a lot of, but I saw a lot of people in the tags, and a couple of people wrote to me who were like, "Well, that's seeing like so many good posts about it. It seems like it's worth listening this time." Like, which is cool. I really hope only for the best for the War Room series, and I hope it'll continue. You know, it's a great start, and I hope it continues being better and better. I think it's also funny to compare how War Room was received in comparison to how Time War 4 was received because it's it's really funny because I remember being and funny being in the fandom when it was released. Uh, and people were like, I've never seen Tumblr so silent. Like, I don't know, there weren't so many posts and stuff. That's kind of sad, obviously, but uh, like I'm really hopeful, like, for another producer. Like, no offense to anyone, obviously, it's hard to produce such a TV series, an audio series that is also has a pretty loyal fan base. Um, but I got a feeling with the Time War series that people who worked on it got a little bit tired with it. Like, it's just my impression, but it felt to me like this because, like, they started pretty well. Like, even re-listening to it now, I'd say that Soldier Obscura is a good episode. Like, The Devil You Know is a cool episode. This the two other ones were mostly, the ones that set the setting. Can't say that a lot of things happened in them plot-wise, but it was a good start. It was interesting, the Project Revenon and the Returning Time Lords, Rising from the Dead. But I feel like by series 4, it kind of lost the sense of direction of where it was going. But maybe I will listen to it and I'll be like, wait, I was wrong. Like, there was a sense of direction and they followed it all along. But I feel like at some point they just got tired because I think the producer was Scott Hancock, right? And I think he produced a lot of Gallifrey audios. And it's understandable when you do one thing for such a long time, you can get tired of it. And it's okay. I wished that, some things could have been done better. And I think with Time War 4, even in terms of scripts, there are moments when you literally feel that this thing wasn't planned from the beginning. Like, as an example, there is that moment in the first episode of the Time War 4 where, like, the first 10 minutes or something, where Narvin tells Leo and Rayo about the resistance and, gives a short, notice about what happens basically in Time War 3. And at some point he's like, and by the way, here is the resistance. And Leo is like, what is the resistance? And he explains what is the resistance. And then he's like, well, when we traveled with Romana, we ran into a couple of resistance fighters and set some contacts with them. And I'm like, interesting. Why wasn't it in the series? Like, it would be okay if they actually, run across some message or something, or there would be like a small clue that Ares is there all along and that the resistance is actually here. The problem, there wasn't any clue. Like, to compare it with the older series, like, it's cool when the series gives you a clue to discover some plot moments. Like in The Blind Eye, there is this mystery of where is Andred, and at some point Torvald says, like, I'm a Chancellery Guard commander. I don't just get knocked off or something. And, like, if you're listening carefully and if you're thinking, you could that phrase can scratch your brain. Like, why is he telling I'm a Chancellor God commander? He's not. He's a CIA operative. And then it will give you the clue to the big reveal by the end of the episode. Like, that's cool. The problem is for me that Time 04 had to, just, hey, guess that moment that we didn't include in the previous series, but just thought that it would be a cool line for this one. So it kind of feels this way. It's kind of hilarious in a way, because I'm a super inattentive listener. Like, I confess, like, I'm not the most. I'm not a person who would pick up Andre's line. Like, to be fair, I missed it the first time, but I got it the second time, and I was like, wow, that's so clever. But when you're listening to an audio and you literally feel like the sticks in the plot, it's kind of. But again, I'm sorry for being such a salty person, but I'm hopeful about Ballroom. As far as I saw, like, the team is super into the show and is super interested in making good content. So I'm hopeful. I hope for, hopefully Narvin showing off one more time, and maybe Romana being released at some point. Well, it's 4 box sets. We can but hope. Oh. Yeah. It's also my problem with the ODS. But my problem is also that you need to keep concentration for 1 hour, which is hard for me. Like, I can keep concentration only when I'm drawing or when I'm doing nothing. Because I tried to listen to the war room when I was at work, and I work like in customer support, like in chats. And so I need to reply to people. At the same time, I was listening, and I understood that, like, half things just came from one ear to another. I'm also voice blind, so when the audience introduced a lot of new characters, I'm like, I won't remember who you are, but hopefully by the second release, I will understand who you are. So I need a second release, and I would also love that if the audience would include, like, the transcript. I understand that it's probably not possible because, people will pirate it and stuff, and apparently there are some, I don't know, author's rights reasons, because somebody told something that there are reasons why it isn't possible. Because I'm better at, understanding stuff when it's written. So with the audience, I understand that there are a lot of moments that I just don't pick up, because, first, English isn't my mother tongue, obviously. Second one, like, it's hard to listen while you're doing something else. Like, I remember back in the days, I was listening to the audios before I was going to bed. So I went to bed and I put the headphones and I started listening. But I understood that it's a very bad thing for me, because, like, 20 minutes, like, my brain starts to just turn off, and some like moments of the audio, like 10 minutes moments, my brain starts sleeping and it misses in. So you're, like, listening to the audio and the characters are like, oh yeah, let's go do this, and then white noise, and then they're like, oh cool, doctor, you resolved this issue, and I'm like, what happened in those 10 minutes? I have no idea. Thanks for coming. Goodbye. I actually think it's cool to listen to the audios while you in the road, like on the road, um, because in the transport and stuff, because probably nothing gonna distract you mostly. But like I can't listen to the audios at work unless I've listened to them before, because it's kind of hard. Plus, at work, people try to talk to you, like, and you're like, wait, let me turn off this audio, or I'll miss something. I actually was so tired that I never listened to the Time War series. Like, I think I've listened to the series one, maybe to the series two, and like I listened to them 2 times maximum. Like, and the other ones, I only listened them during the release and then never again. By the way, same. The last time I've listened Gallifrey was uh, when I was in the university, because I had about like 45 minutes or something, or about an hour to go to the university. By the way, how did you like Hades style? I kind of didn't ask because I thought it would be a bit awkward, but how did you like it? I'm also very happy that in the war room, Leo and Armin finally hugged. Like, finally, they held hands. They got a hug. That's that's all I wanted for them. That's all I need to be happy. Oh, thank you. I just, I don't know, it was such a cute moment. Uh, because, again, coming to the Time War 4 and like in general to the Time War series. Like the Time War series is mostly has this subject of the characters being separated for a long period of time, uh, and like when that happens, you really want to have the emotional reunion. And uh, when I was listening to the audience as they were released, I was really hyped for them to finally have that good emotional reunion where they would be just, you know, like just happy to see each other alive and stuff. And like Time War 3 doesn't give it, because it has another line of Leela being pissed with with Narvin and Romana because she's pissed with the Time Wars bullshit. So you kind of don't get that happy friends reunion in that box set. And then you're like, okay, not in this box set, but in Time War 4, 100%, they have to do this because it's the last box set. When you have like 4 box sets, and in the first you have this problematic of the characters being separated, you would like to have like Avengers, like uh, like collect all the characters again in the end, to to get to wrestle on and to try to win and stuff. But it kind of doesn't give it to. So like, so we didn't get a hug for them. We didn't have anything for them. And maybe it's part of the reason why I was so upset about the Time War series. Like, if the storylines, oh my gosh, somebody saw a Time War series and just left the chat. Like, I think if the plot would be like okayish, like not super good but not awful, but the audience would be more emotional, and the characters would meet, like would be able to interact a bit more, would have that reunion, I think people would be less critical towards the Time War 4, because fans are simple creatures. Like, all fans want is for their blurballs to have a hug or something, and have some emotional moments. Like, there were some good moments with Leo and Romana, but it felt like there were no good moments with Leo and Narvin, for example. No good moments with Narvin and Romana. No good moments with Leo and Narvin and Romana. So it's like it doesn't feel that good. I'm sorry. I'm just like I talk a lot. I talk more than I draw. God, I really hope that some people, some people I like, would enjoy Time War Room too, and they would write something and draw something, because I have such a brain rot. I just want to talk about it. I think Gallifrey works this well because it's about the characters, and the characters in Gallifrey are really interesting. Like they're so different. Like Romana and Leo are polar opposites, and Narvin is usually playing the link between the two. And I think not sound like a shipper, but I think the relationship uh, between Narvin and Leela are really fun in terms of like they're very different than the relationship between Narvin and Romana. Uh, it feels like there is a different kind of trust between the two of them. Like maybe I'm biased and stuff, but sometimes I think that like Leo trusts Narvin very much, and she kind of, I don't know, maybe he can't really lie to her really well, because in some moments it feels like she's like proof asking him something, like in Time War 1. There is that moment where Romana asks Leela to go to some dangerous errand for her, and then Leo asks Narvin, like, is it true that it's really that necessary for me to go there? And Narvin is like, yeah, the situation is really shit. We need you to do that. And Romana is saying the truth. That she trusts him and she accepts, the errand. I don't know. It's just interesting. I just think that their relationship uh, are not super developed in the Time War series. Like it could, I would love to see more of them together. Like in War Room, it was really fun to see them changed by the events. Talking about Romana, talking about just some random stuff. It was really fun. I think it's a really good episode. It's the episode that I really wanted for all these years, from starting since uh, series 6. That was a really good episode, like an awesome Leo and Narvin dynamic in that. Like very touching story, very good character moments, very fun dialogues. And after series 6, there isn't much of that. Like after series 6, Narvin and Leo, I think they have like 3 or 4 dialogues, one like face to face. And it was cool. It was so cool to see them just, together, vibing, being their regular selves. Just Leo laughing at Narvin a bit. I don't know. They're just really good friendship dynamic. I think that Narvin really becomes more human with as the show progresses, and I think that it's really fun. It's one of the things that I kind of love in the new box sets. Like he really does become human, and I think it's very much Leo's interference and Leo's influence in him that makes him act more like human. I think he's a very endearing character in the War Room box sets. And I kinda really like him in Time War 1, where he's the one who constantly tries to stop Romana from using Leela uh, in in their missions against the War Council. Like, he understands that it's a difficult situation, but he also like, hey, Leela won't like it. Maybe we shouldn't put Leela in danger. Maybe like we should impress her that maybe sending her with the master is a really bad idea, that is dangerous for her. And actually, I don't know, Time Wolf 1 is actually a good box set because it gave so many interesting lines for the characters, some darker directions for Romana, I think, because throughout Time War 1, she kind of manipulates Leela into doing some stuff for the Celestial Intervention Agency. And she kind of makes Leela risk her reputation in the War Council, because she's like the liaison between two different institutions. Sorry. And it was like a really fun direction because, well, it's Romana in general is kind of a positive character, and we're used that she usually uh, usually her decisions are like good and stuff. And here you see her kind of using her friend and like using a bit of emotional manipulation to make her do stuff for her, like being like, but please, Leela, we are friends, like go there, and if something goes wrong, like it will put you in danger, but like it's for the friendship, right? Like obviously she doesn't want bad things happen to Leo and stuff, but it was an interesting idea, and it was an interesting point, I think. Sorry, erasure for Narin. I don't know. I just don't like how his face looks. I need to redraw him. I don't think that I will finish this picture today. It's like it's impossible. I think it was a really fun line in the Time War 1, because her behavior in the end leads to Leela getting lost in the Time War, and there is a really good scene, really well acted, I think, in The Devil in the end, after the closing titles, where Narvin says that the master has disappeared, and Leela also have disappeared, and Roman is like, oh my god, what have we done? We left Leela, and she probably got lost or dead or something. And Armin is like, replies really coldly, like, with all due respect, we didn't send Leela there, because in the beginning of the episode he tries to say Romana that it's a very good idea. She shouldn't do that, but she does it anyway, regarding saying like, "Well, it's Leo. What bad could happen to her?" I don't know. There are so many good character moments in the Time War One that I forgot about, but sadly, like the topic isn't discovered. I really like discovering, Romana's darker motives because, well, a little bit in the series, I think we're constantly, concentrating on Romana's positive aspects. I think, like, it's cool to see a little bit of a corruption arc going on. No, he really like what we have done, like what you have done, mom. And he just leaves the room, and it's such a good moment. I really love it because it's such a human reaction to whatever happened. Like, also, I really like that Narvin is really, sad about Leo being gone. He's just, he's pissed. That is because of Romana. And you can see that he's really upset about this whole thing. Because she's so happy to hear that there are coordinates that can lead to Leo. He sounds so happy, so relieved. I don't know. I even remember. Maybe I'm imagining things, but I think that I saw some posts and somebody said that like, well, Narvin was really cruel towards Romana by saying that like it's her fault that Leo got lost, and I was like, bro, like Romana is a good character, but please stop treating her like she is like Jesus. Like she's sinless. She's not, and that's the fun of it. Like, and I love seeing when other characters pointed out that sometimes Romana can be not completely good. That sometimes she can become corrupted in a very Time Lord way. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not a huge Romana fan. But I just love when the characters go away shit. Time cards. Yeah, like Romana is pretty morally gray in this series, and I think like series 4 could, like it is opens that subject a lot because wherever she goes, she's kind of the cause that yet another Gallifrey gets destroyed, and all that. She kind of becomes the destroyer of the world and stuff. I think she has a very tragic arc, and I really like it. I just don't like when people kind of not trying to act that the characters are all good. Well, time cards. Let it be time cards. I don't know. Narvin looks like a child. It's like he's a baby. I need to maybe make him bigger. I still don't like how he looks like. Uh, it's so funny. Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoy them. Um, Liu is so protective of Narvin in some episodes because like in general he doesn't even ask her and she's like, you punch the twink, I punch you. Like she really becomes his personal bodyguard because he is so pathetic and weak. And actually, in the war room, he kind of becomes, more physically capable and, more of a fighter because he works for the resistance, and he's like, going with the staser, getting some time grenades and stuff, and she's like, "Wow, I'm impressed." I actually like to draw Narvin so like I don't know, uh, thin and small looking, like tall but very thin, like a gentle breeze could take him down. He isn't small. He's like, I mean, he could defend himself. He's just like, yes, Leo, you're a professional in that. Please save my ass. She's like, it's funny because Leo also is the brains of the team. Like, it's hard to deny that no Time Lord in the Gallifrey series possesses a brain cell. Maybe Brax, but Brax is gone. Um, so like all the Leo possesses all the brain cells of the OT3, and she's also their force, like the physical force. Wow. I don't think Narwin is like that small actually, but it's just funny to imagine somebody who looks like Sean Carson to be like, wife, please defend me. I'm small, pathetic little man. I just find it funny that Leo she just takes that. She's like, that's my pathetic man, and I'm gonna protect him. She just started in Series 3 and couldn't stop. uh, okay, let me get my coffee for a minute and then I'll continue. One moment. I'm back. Uh, so yeah, I think it's funny that Narvin is Leo's pathetic little man in every sense. Like, she adopted him. Uh, but I think it's very funny that in War Room he kind of manned up. He's like, I need to finally become a pathetic big man. Yes, she still roasts him, and it's so cute. I don't know. They're just so funny. I really love Leo just gently roasting him all the time about being a coward and being afraid of his own shadow. It's so cute. Like, and Arvin is like, yeah, yeah, go on with your silly jokes. He must be roasted at all costs for his behavior. Like, constantly for the sins he's done. Hi, thanks. Yeah, we're streaming some Gallifrey. Nice to see you. Mm. Oh, that was a pretty long time ago. It was like 2016 or something. It was such a long time ago, and I remember that this precise art took me a lot of time, and I was really proud of it in the end because this was like uh, like a full day's work, and it was the most horrible thing to work with because I remember how many times my Photoshop I drew it in Photoshop back in the days. It just it broke the file like 5 times. I had to redraw it based on the screenshot, and it took me literally a month or something to get it finished. It was a horrible like experience, but I was pretty proud of it. Like now I see that it's kind of wonky and isn't that good. Like it has my big problem, like big heads in comparison to the bodies, and the faces are a bit off. But it's okay. It's a way of progress. Also, cheers to the new people in the stream. Um, Hope you're doing okay. Um, I don't know. I still don't like Romana. Um, so bad. Okay, Romana is erased from the timeline. So sad. Thanks. I'm glad that I've improved because it's really hard to look at, the old Gallifrey drawings I did. For me, like even stuff that I have on Redbubble and people regularly buy, I just look at it and I'm like, ugh. I'm trying to work on the poses, but I feel I'm kind of still a bit bored. I'm kind of, how to explain that? Uh, I'm really lazy when 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 I'm drawing figures. Like for some reason I'm super afraid of drawing legs, and it's like a torture for me to draw them. Also, I'm glad that I grew up in a style that is more my own. I would like to have like a more consistent style. Legs are super scary. I don't know why, because like they should be like arms, not so difficult. Like arms are more easy than legs, I think. Though, like, I understand that it's kind of the same, but well, I need to draw more, man. Drawing feet is hell, like, legit. I'm sorry if you hear me sleeping, like, hope it doesn't sound too disgusting. Feet are so difficult. Like, I'm trying. With Hades down drawings, I had to draw more naked feet. Feet, feet. I'm nah. I think it looks a bit more like Lala. She just needs to go really feral. Oh, she doesn't look like herself though, but oh, I think it looks more feral. Not so much like Romana, but I don't know. What's your opinion? Maybe I'm having so much problems with Romana because she has such, such cute round face. It looks really scary, to be fair. I think I could. Um, Bon appetit. Go get your dinner. Да. Невероятно, но факт. Невероятно, но факт. Галифрей наконец-то опять в ложике. It's okay, I understood it. Спасибо. Наконец-то появился повод. Наконец-то появился повод порисовать больше Галифрея. Потому что до этого как-то поводы были в основном депрессивные. Но это классно опять порисовать. Люблю их. Хороший новый релиз. Больше галлифрейских булочек. Гордо галлифрейских булочек. She has a very angry face. Very pissed. Okay, it's a better mana. I think looks fair enough. I think the worst thing to draw in this picture will be the hands. Ну да, это, конечно, раз в год такое случается. Спасибо большое, я надеюсь, что-нибудь еще порисовать по Галлифрею, раз уж пока не зашел в рум. Так что я думаю, еще будут рисуночки. У меня есть пара идей. В общем, мерси, мерси. It's scary. It's so creepy. So creepy. I think it's one of my favorite audios, to be honest. I think the whole of extermination is extermination is a great audio. Um, I really love that moment where Ramona kills the Dalek, and I love this whole idea of them calling her the prisoner, and her remembering how they treated her when she was a prisoner of the Daleks. It's I don't know. It's such a great audio. Very powerful. Yeah, it's such a scary moment when she just says like, you know what, Dalek exterminates and then kills him. I think it's really cool. I really like her being feral and her being, you know, not bad because it's understandable. Uh, but like not a typical, goody character who's like, I'm better than that, and throwing the weapon. She's like, I'm not better than that, and shoots that Dalek. It's a good character moment. And also, I like how you can feel her being scared of them as well, because he stole so many years from her life. They mistreated her so badly. It's a very powerful moment, indeed. She still looks pretty scary though in the drawing. The trouble with her is that she has such thin lines in her face that, you know, it's pretty scary to try to give her an extreme expression. Because my issue with that is that, I don't know, when I started drawing, people constantly would say that my female characters would look like male characters because, you know, the face features and stuff. So, I don't know. So the characters who's like Romana have very, very like soft features. They're really hard for me for some reason. I don't know, it's so weird. I'm not super happy with it. I think it was Apocalypse's element or something like the audio when where she's a prisoner of the Daleks. But I'm bad with audio names, so I might be wrong. I think this one is better. Or is Apocalypse's elements is a different audio? I'm not sure. She has anime eyes here in the drawing. That's funny. I don't remember the name as well. I think it was Apocalypse's element or something. But maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, that's that plot line is pretty good. Yeah, apocalypse element. I was right. I'm guessing good grade in Doctor Who. Something that is both normal to want and possible to achieve. And now, yeah, I think it is. I think it's apocalypse element. I hope the drawing will be will look better once it's colored. But I seriously doubt that we'll get to coloring on this stream. It's like it would take a long time because the line art, well, that isn't the line art, kind of, but still. I don't know. Lately, I have this problem where I drew the eyes far too far away from each other. I should fight it. Okay. Also, God, each time I draw Narvin's hair, now I remember that time when one of my friends actually gifted my Narvin drawing to Sean Carlson, and at some point Sean posted it on Twitter or something, and he was like, "Well, my wife told that." uh, that I really flattered his hair, like he doesn't have as much hair. So each time I'm drawing Narvin with a bit of a fluffy hair, I remember that. Thanks. Have a good walk to the store. Thanks for coming for the stream. Thank you. Hope you got a good dinner. Yeah, the weather is really hot here too. So yeah, understandable. Yeah, the heat waves are horrible. I just want for it to be a bit colder. Yeah, I heard that Italy it was really, really hot. Here it's also been super hot. Like, I can't normally function in this weather thanks for the air conditioning. At least I can leave when I'm at home. But God, it's bad. Wow, it's brown. That's because the sun like drowns all the water. That's really scary. Oh no. Neck always suffers when it comes to air conditioning and stuff. It's just like God's strongest soldier. Takes all the damage. That's horrifying, actually. Damn, I gonna suffer so much with the hands and arms in this picture. I hope Lewa's hand doesn't look like it's broken. Mm. Oh, it's great. Nah, who doesn't have back problems? When you're an artist, you just have neck and back problems as well. Narvin is just like, oh nose, nose. Poor Narvin, though he's so brave in that audio. He was actually brave in that that audio. He was very, very brave. He saved Leela from the Dalek, so don't be too mean to him. It's me. I'm just whoopifying him in this drawing because in the original, uh, he was kind of, you know, he was pretty alarmed. Here, he's more scared. Maybe I should try to give him a different expression. God, I'm so I'm so embarrassed by the fact that now Sean actually follows me, and he now can look at all the Narvin fan art that I'm posting. So awkward. Yeah, they just look at Narvin and like, look at this pathetic loser. I mean, Sean Callison was always like super, uh, I don't know, communicative with the fans. He loves Narvin very much. Like he constantly replies if you take him on drawings and stuff. But I think he became super active when the War Room released because he was like started following people, started following me, and like reblogging stuff. I find it really funny because he kind of reblogged my headcanon about Narvin being more and more like Doctor. And I was like, oh my god, I'm in the TV. It's funny. He actually drew Leo. He actually wrote Leo Narvin fanfic in his retweet. Oh my god! Like I love the guy. He's actually a bit of a Leo Narvin shipper. I think it's very funny because at some point I think Louise Jameson she had some kind of audio with Tom Baker or something, and he wrote in a reply like something, why would Leo need the doctor when when she has such a lovely Narvin? And it was so funny. I was like, oh my god, thank you, icon. Like, iconic behavior. It's so funny. Like, if Leo and Narvin has had 100 fans, Sean Carlson would be one of them. If Leo and Narvin would have one fan, it would be Sean Carlson. It's quite funny. Like, if Leo and Narvin has no fun. I don't know. I just find it hilarious because, like, I think he also said something like Narvin's dream and it's like living in the middle of nowhere where just nobody touches him and like just have his own garden or stuff like that. I don't know, it's fine. God, I wouldn't want I wouldn't want to read Sean's fanfics. God, but like, what if Sean reads Leo Narvin fanfics on AO3? That's cringe. Like, hello, username. My name is Sean Carlson. I read your Leo Narvin fanfic. It was really good. It's like, Mads Mikkelsen, who reads Hannibal and Will Graham fanfiction or something. Yeah, no, I'm a Leo stan. But it's really awesome. I think Sean really has a super awesome Twitter. I appreciate it. And appreciate him being so kind to the fans and loving his character so much. I really hope I really hope that they will get him into a convention because sometimes I feel so sad for him because he writes from time to time about how his role in some small TV series where he had a super tiny role was cut, and I always get so upset. Like, poor dude. God, I hope one day I will be able to go to some kind of Doctor Who convention when I'm famous and rich, and I'll be able to see Sean Carlson for real. It would be really funny. Um, but probably not so fast. Um, I think Mads Mikkelsen told that he reads fanfiction, but I may be wrong. Maybe I took him to somebody else, but I think there was something like that. I'm not an expert. I really hope he gets a role. I'm actually really interested to see him actually playing. Like, I would love if the new Doctor Who series would somehow like reference Narvin, or would have Narvin in the series. It's not very probable because he's the extended universe character, and also like it's a Big Finish license character. But God, I would love it so much. It would also allow Sean to finally be in the series, like, and to get. I'm really interested how he's playing Narvin with like his face, because when you're listening to the audios, there is a certain way that you imagine the character to behave, and I'm interested how much of what I imagine Narvin to look and behave like would be how Sean would actually play him in video. I would really love if Big Finish would do those behind the scenes where they would record the video of the actors, recording the audios, because it would give me some idea. I'm just really interested because I actually have never watched all the Romana episodes in the classic series. I watched all the Vila episodes before I got into Gallifrey, but I think I started the first Romana and then I kind of dropped the classic Doctor Who Fourth Doctor series. So when I started listening to Gallifrey, and when I listened to all of Gallifrey, I didn't actually know how what plays it, apart from the image I got from listening to her voice in the audios. And when I actually watched the series and how she plays it, I had such a dissonance because I kind of imagined her playing a bit differently. Because when people are playing with their voice, they try to be more expressive, because in the audios you only have the voice to to show everything that happens. I'm sad that you don't have Doctor Who fans around. I remember when I was a huge Doctor Who fan, when I was like 12, 13. There weren't so many people who were into Doctor Who in my country and around my age. So I remember that you barely could see a couple of Doctor Who fans when you went to the English contest or something like that, and you would accidentally see people with TARDIS backpack, and you would be like, "Oh my god, they know this TV series! Like, whoa, it's an actual Doctor Who fan." But then I think after the 50th anniversary, there became more Doctor Who fans. But then the problem became, for me, the problem was that at some point, I kind of was more interested in Gallifrey and the expanded universe than I was in the general TV range. So you go to some kind of fun meeting with Doctor Who fans, and they only watched like David Tennant or Matt Smith episodes, and you're like, but I want to talk about classic Doctor Who, and I want to talk about Gallifrey audios, and obviously they haven't seen most of that. I think Big Finish had a lot of awesome Doctor Who stories. Also, like old Big Finish, there's a Greer's arc. Early early Gallifrey is an amazing series, obviously. I don't remember the Grace arc, to be honest, by that time, but I remember listening to it, and yeah, the Grace sits inside your head. The Grace lives among the dead. It's like, it's such memorable audio, and the rhyme is so memorable. Like, um, I think I'm more or less happy with their expressions. Okay, they even look okay reversed. That's good. Yeah, canvas flip. It's just, it shows all the fuck ups and stuff. Yeah. But sometimes you're like, oh no, I don't want a canvas flip because it seems like the faces look so good. Yeah, I mean, it's only sometimes. I feel it's like constant pop canvas flips. Yes, there are some days where it's like, okay, but it's rare, very rare. God, I love Vila so much. I would have married her, obviously. Like, I can relate to 100 because I too would love to marry Vila. I mean, true. Like, I don't know. Liu is such a wholesome character. I love her so much. She just. She doesn't deserve everything that happens to her. Leave her alone. She just deserves her calm life. She deserves being loved. and appreciate it instead of being constantly, you know. I'm just, thinking about the war room. Uh, like the first episode of the war room is about how Rassilon and other Time Lords dehumanize her and, calling her names and treating her like, I don't know, like a weapon, like an animal more than a human. It's it's really sad because it kind of references uh, the first audios where she's again is not treated um like a person, like, and she's so brave, she's so smart. I love her so much. She deserves the world. I would marry her and then and then she would live happily. Like, I also can relate to Norman because, like, I would also fell for you. Like, if a pretty lady who could bench press me but paid attention to me and protected me constantly and also roasted me every second, I would also love her. I really love Ace. Ace, I think, is my second favorite character in the classic Doctor Who. I have a type for the characters. I really love the relationship that Brax and Leela have in the box sets, because he really is like the first person apart from Romano, even though Romano also kind of, says that Lou is a savage, which isn't nice. Yes, Time War 4, whatever. But, like, Brax was always respectful towards her, and he always treated her as a person, which I think was really great, and they had a nice kind of friendship. I'm really sad that it again went away in the further series, but it was so good to see them together, and seeing Leo with someone who treats her right. Yeah, she kind of like Brax really is the one who constantly treats Leo as his equal. I think Romana starts to treat her much better. Uh, like she's okay with it. Like she obviously appreciates her, but she's kind of, in those first series she's like, well, yeah, but also you have that, you're so naive and stuff. And I think after Spirit, when she finally gets like what it's like to be in Leela's skin, she kind of starts to understand her better, and they form uh, a respectful relationship. I mean, it's cool. But I think it was fun that Rex treated her right from the start. No, I agree that Romana kind of treats her, not that she treats her like a baby, obviously, but she's like a bit condescending when she talks to her. I think that's the right word. Not like infantilizing, but a bit condescending. 1 second, I'll be back. Oopsie, sorry, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, she has this culture. Like she's like, I respect all you, but you know, we all know who's superior here. Like she doesn't want to, but like even good people show this attitude, which I think is really realistic from the series to point out. Like even good people like Romana can be a little prejudiced towards other people, uh, even though they think they aren't. So she also has this character development where she learns to respect Leo in like properly without being condescending. God, here we come to the guns. Um, I don't know how to draw them. Draw. It's I really love it. I'm not obviously criticizing it. It's really really good character writing, I think, because it shows that, you know, shows her like a person, not like a perfect like doll or something. Um. So yeah, it's just a good writing. It's like with Narvin writing, but with Narvin it's a bit different because uh, he's the antagonist. Uh, so naturally, like it's a bigger like bigger arcs to make him a better person, and with Romana it's like those subtle changes. So, I mean, even good people can be prejudiced. And even people with overall good qualities, like I wouldn't want to say Norvin, but because like he was a pretty shitty person in the beginning of the Odious. But like I love that the Odious also show their like even in the beginning they show Norvin as a person who possesses some positive qualities. Like you can see that um he's kind of loyal and selfless, like in comparison to most of the Time Lords that we see in the show, who mostly have their own interests in mind, like they want some power and uh, and they're ready to do everything. Narin doesn't want the power for himself. He just wants his planets to be safe. And this, in the end, I think, puts him together with Romana because she's also pretty selfless when it comes to Gallifrey. She just wants the best for the planet. Well, the other characters, they just want the best for them. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly his arc. Because because he starts prioritizing people over the planet and over the state. And I think it's also visible in the Time War arc, uh, because him and Romana, they are so into saving the people. Like in the end, it's about people. Uh, it isn't about the state. I also really like the subject of how I think Leo's involvement made him a much better person. Because I think that Leo really is the moving force for his character development. Like Romana too, obviously, she he kind of um, sympathizes with her loyalty towards Gallifrey and her wish to do the best. Uh, but I think for his personal character development, Leo is like a very important person, because one of the themes that Gallifrey series addresses is Time Lords being xenophobic, and it's been pretty mean and bad towards Leela. In those first series, and him having to interact with her side by side and seeing how how much better how much of a better person she is, better than most of the Time Lords he kind of works with, because she has her loyalties. She's extremely capable, makes him understand that he was wrong about probably most people encountered. Yeah, he's really the mirror of the Gallifreyan society. I also think it's just my thoughts, since we're just talking. But I think about how very important for his character development was the fact that she saved him from that explosion in Series 3. I don't know, at some point I really thought a lot about it, because if he were in her place and she would be hurt by a bomb at that point in Gallifrey, would he save her? Would he carry her to give her the treatment? It's an interesting thought when you consider that it's pretty early in Narvin, even though he's a better person than he was before that. Would he do that for her? Because I think that maybe he wouldn't. And the fact that she, who is almost his enemy in a way, like a person he mistreated so much, the person to whom he was pretty mean, that she saved him no matter what, because it's a decent thing to do. It's something that a good person would do. I wonder how it affected him. Was it the reason for him becoming better? Was it the reason to make him understand that maybe he was really mean to her? I think he could save her because, she's important for the mission and for Romana. But Leo saves him absolutely selfishly. It's kind of selfish move. She could have got rid of it. You know, Oopsie. Plus, she was blinded by the explosion. Nobody would would suspect anything. And it was the moment where she could have been selfish, because she needs to save herself. But it obviously wouldn't be real if she would do that. It's really complicated to suggest I just think it's an interesting subject to consider. Would he save her or not? Like, he isn't a monster, obviously. But I think Sirius One Naren wouldn't. Like, it would be easier for him to get rid of her. No. It's not an honorable way, though. He really is all about protocols. But, like, if you remember Sirius 2, and that episode about foreign students, like, he had a choice to stop one of the guys from that episode from dying. But I think he listened to Doc or someone who said, like, well, they're dead men. Like, there is no need to help them. And he just let that person die in a way, you know. Like, could he save humans? That's just, the questions for another day. God, hands, not hands. I'm sorry for scrolling like this, but it's probably not seeing. Yeah, I'm also with it because sometimes some events that happens later in the series that is pretty interesting makes me want to listen to the audio more. Uh, so I'm kind of not the kind of person who's super afraid of spoilers. I think it's fun audio. I think you have a lot of fun, a lot of things to look forward to of the series 4, because series 4 is one of my favorite series, but I also love series 6. I think it was a really good ending for the Gallifrey story. and you know, the series could have ended there. So I'm excited for you to listen. Because sometimes I think that I need Gallifrey recaps because I'm not super good at understanding the stories of the audience. You had so much fun. I wished I could erase my memory and listen to the Gallifrey again. Oh, I think it's so sweet. I just love Narvin as a character. He's I don't know. He's just becoming more wholesome and wholesome uh, as the story progresses. Uh, he's just like when he appears in the war room. I'm like, oh my god, my old man. And I don't know. I just really love how Narvin is so soft towards Leo. The further the series go, he's just like you know he absolutely lost her. Like whatever kind of love that you want to see in the series, whether it's platonic or romantic. But he just his voice becomes softer when she speaks to her in those later audios. It's very sweet. Like somebody on Twitter posted that comparison of the first audio and their first dialogue when I was like, "Oh yeah, give a savage a Nazi bar," and that last bit of the war when he's like, "Do you let me look at you?" It's so cute the comparison. And the Erasure is such a good audio. Like it's so cute. It's so tender. So like touching. You want to listen to the War Room? Did you listen to the Erasure, or do you want to listen to Erasure? Erasure is actually one of the best Gallifrey audios. Like it isn't even the Gallifrey audios, but it's an amazing piece of Gallifrey content, which is so cool because it's written by Gary Russell, who wrote some stuff in the early series and was the director, I think. Um, so it's so cool. I listened to I listened to Erasure for like 100 times. When it came out, I started screaming literally like while listening to the first 10 minutes because I was like uh first I was like, okay, it's cool, it will be like Narvin centered story, so that's why I'm buying it. And the first 10 minutes, like from the summary, I didn't know that there will be Leela or anything about that. I was like, well, it would be cool if they didn't mention Leela or Ramona. And like the first 10 minutes is like me screaming like, "Oh my god, he's with someone!" And I was like, "Wow, I wonder whom." And it's Leela, and I'm like, "Oh my god!" And then he's like, "You do have the most devastating smile," and I'm like, "Oh my god, for real!" And then he's like, "I'd like to be your favorite Time Lord." But let's be real, I know my place. I'm probably your third favorite after Doxa and Romana. And I'm like, oh my god! Literally screaming, crying, throwing up. It's really the audio that made me physically scream while listening. Yeah, he's like, why do you sleep, Leela? It's so cute. I want to erase again. But it will probably destroy me. I'm again in my shipper era. But like, honestly, their relationship, whatever, like, their friendship is really wholesome. Yeah, it's so. I'm still wondering whether or not she should have that. You know, in the war room, there is that really cute moment, uh, in the end, where they're saying goodbye to each other, and you know, Narvi wants to say something to her and he started like stuttering, like he just wants to explain like literally everything, and he can't say, like, he doesn't have the words, and she just stops him and be like, I know, I understand. And it's such a sweet moment, like she doesn't need words to understand what he means. Like it's I'm so compromised in my emotions in such a good moment. Like whatever way you interpret. I really like the war room because it's both um because it's all those scenes, they can be interpreted in both ways. I really I'm I'm a bit afraid that, you know, one of the ships can be made canon. Like, you know, I wouldn't want Lily and Armin to kiss in the audio. Like it would be awkward, even though I'm a shipper. But I wouldn't want that. I really enjoy the fact that you can interpret this relationship differently, and it makes them deeper because these are the people who love each other so unconditionally and who are so loyal to each other, and it doesn't matter whether like it's it's with friends or like. But if you wanna ship them like in a romantic way, you can also find a lot of stuff that will allow you to do that, you know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's exactly. I think it would cause the series its depth if they would be like, "Hey, they're married," like, you know, like Roman Lego's relationship. Like they're friends, but they're also family, but they're also, you know, they could be girlfriends, like whatever. They're just everything for each other. It's very sweet. I think it's very wholesome. That's what I want from the media. Damn, really. One thing that I don't like in Clip Studio is this, you know, lines drawing thing. Like, I really like that in Procreate you just, you know, put your fingers and it makes you a parallel line and stuff. And here, it isn't parallel. It's annoying. Maybe I'm just stupid. I admit. Like why? Like why? Shift button should just allow you to make a straight line. I'm really disappointed that they would do that payment model. It's I don't know. I just don't see any sense for it in the drawing program. Like not like the features that they're applying. They cost a yearly subscription. Like if you are adding a pack for something big, like you're making, for example, a 3D modeling tool, and you invent bunch of stuff through a program, and it's like a huge update. Like you can make it a payable update. Like you can just create another version of the program with that. But it should be one pay. It's not even that it's a subscription based, but the fact that you are paying for subscription, but once you stop paying, you get back, and all the bugs that were fixed, they're just getting deleted. Like this program was a good price. Like I have a full version because at some point I bought it on sales. First I had like the primary version. Back then they had two. Then they added some kind of middle version. And I bought the full version to have animation tools and stuff. But like it's still $100, if not more. And like you're paying that much, and you also have to pay back. Like it's a lot for the drawing program. I'm really disappointed that they would do into that subscription basis, because I mean, if they wanted like some extra cash or something, they could have started a donation or something, or crowdfunding or something. Like this program has a lot of people who love it. Like I think if they would say like we have a staff shortage and we need to pay money to the people like for to doing more upgrades, I think people would just give them a couple of bucks. Yeah, it's good for comics and stuff. But I haven't drawn comics. I know that you drew a comic about Doctor Living Gallifrey. I haven't checked it out yet, but I was like, oh, it's pretty art. I will check it later. I will continue using Clip Studio Paint. I don't think that the updates that they will make would be so interesting for me to get the annual subscription. I actually hope that they will see the feedback and they will think that it's a bad idea, because they will lose like a big group of loyal people. It's so stupid because people love this program because it was like affordable for a license. It still has like a bunch of cool features. But like I still don't understand the thing with paying for subscription for art programs. Like, bestie, what are you doing? Like, it's an art program, not like you're inventing nuclear physics. My problem is that for the most part I don't find other programs comfortable. Like I know that Autodesk Sketchbook is a cool, completely free program, but I don't know. My sister loves to draw in it, but I just can't. I just can't. I don't know. It's just uncomfortable for me to draw in. I know it also has like free animation features and stuff, but I just can't. It's uncomfortable for me. No. So I'm kind of upset that Clip Studio would do that. Because they always were so cool. Like they have a very good customer support. Saying that as customer support agent. Yeah. Alright. She has weird chin. God, I kinda remember that I've made the animation of Leo and Arvin hugging at some point, and it's finally canon. And now I kinda wanna redraw it. But hugs are so hard to draw. It's insane. I also once made an animation where Leo kisses Narvin's cheek. It was cute. God, animation is so hard. I'm not super good at it. I have a couple of Hades sound animatics that I will never finish. You know, God, I have so many. Uh, I'm speaking so weirdly. I have so many parasite words. Duh. Yeah, it really shows everything that you're bad at. It's just like you can't draw hands, you can't draw the same face. If you think that I'm talking better in Russian and that in Russian I don't use any parasite words, that's not true. I'm horrible at every language I'm speaking. Um, Oh, thanks. Oh, also hi. We're just talking about Leo and Arun. You're exactly on time. God, Narvin is so chonk. I think you need. So, how is War Room? I'm just like, everyone comes in, and I'm like, have you listened to our God and Savior War Room? But you did, I think. I think it's funny because, like, in the first box sets, when you look at the cover, he has such big cheeks. He's like, ooh, sweating. Chonky cat. Me too. Like, who wasn't murdered by that story? It's so cute. I just can't. I can't function for 3 days. How it's been 3 days since War Room was released. I'm like, oh my god, they held hands. Oh my god, they hugged. Oh my god, Darwin couldn't say that he loves her, but she understands. Oh my god, 70 years. Yeah, I think yeah, I think I got. I think I understood this here. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's exactly who I thought you were. Uh, Nice to see ya. It was such a good episode. It was something that I really wanted. Like, uh, um, I just, I just wanted for Leo and Arvin to have some time together for such a long time because, like, in the latest series, they don't have time together at all. Uh, like, and that's sad for me. So to have one episode just for them two, just for the two of them, it was so refreshing. It was so fun to see. Also, he's my Novin. It's so cute. I don't know. That line just killed me. Yeah, that's so much of a kill because I'm just comparing how people are reacting to War Room in comparison to Time War 4 because obviously I wasn't Phantom when the Time War 4 was released. I think the first release that I actually catched like being released was Enemy Lines. So I kind of saw the release of each series after that. And oh my god, the release of Time War 4 it was so bad. Like, literally, I've only seen one person saying something positive about it, and they tagged Big Finish like awesome audio. And I remember texting to my friend, being like, "Wow, I saw one positive reaction towards Time War 4. Like, who is this person? I hope they're having such a great time with that audio because I haven't seen anyone having a positive reaction." No, because it's a bad audio. Like, there is nothing to be sad about that. It's just bad. I got to watch the trademark happen. I think it's so funny because it legit made a lot of people leave the fandom. So many people, like, I can't say that there were a lot of people in fandom with whom I interacted a lot. I'm a very shy person, actually. I may not look like one, but I am. So there were a couple of my friends with whom I discussed the series, like a couple of people on Tumblr and a couple of creatives whom I knew, and all of them just left the fandom after Time War 4, like just switched in other, fixations. Me too. I just got into Hades Town, luckily, because I was so salty about the Time War. I hated it so much. And I just like Time War 4 is my traumatic moment. It's my villain origin story. I feel so bad being constantly negative about it, but that was such of a failure. Like, to explain it to you, like from the perspective of the person who witnessed every Time War release as it came out. I think Time War 1 was really well accepted. And I think the other releases were kind of accepted too. But Time War 4, it was a freaking disaster. Nobody accepted it. Like, literally, I remember I remember screaming for like a couple of days in multiple group chats, being like, it can't be that bad, it can't be that bad. Like, why would they do that? It's really my own origin story, because when somebody mentions Time War 4, I become Joker. It's my Joker moment. I just started saying how bad it is, but really, it's my villain origin story. Uh, it was just, I think that Time War releases were kind of weak. Like, they were okay, but they were okay in like, well, that's okay. I will not gonna release it for too much. Like, it had some nice moments. It had some nice dialogues. We'll forget about it till the new release. But like, what's the problem was, I think with other Time Wars, there was something to look forward to. Because like Time War 3 isn't perfect release, obviously. I think most of the Time War releases, they suffer due to the timing and the way the team decided to spend the time in the audience, like the priorities they choose. Like, they have, for example, Time War 3, where they have three main characters, and they spend one audio on some side story, then the second one to the story that actually connected to the bond with Leela and Arvin, then some side story with Leela that actually isn't that important, apart from showing that Time Lords are jerks, like we didn't know that before. Um, and then the third story where the characters are together, and in that story, mostly, Leela and Romana interacting. Like, Narvin isn't interacting with Leela that much. So like even when we have three characters together, they don't get the time to react to the events and to what's happening to him. Like and also I have so many plans on for fix it in terms of these audios, because it would be so easily fixed if they just rethought the priorities of the box sets. Like, for example, I wished that you know they would have got rid of the first episode altogether, because I don't remember what it is about. Maybe it was something plot related. I don't remember. I'm releasing. I hope I'll remember soon. Um, like they could have done. They could have left the next episode the same. It's a pretty good one. I think it's one of the favorite of my favorite ones in that box set. And then they could have just made that third episode about Leela and about Vega and Rayo on Unity. Like about how they met, about how they became like a family, about how Leela chose to protect them. And it would have added more dimension to this secondary characters, and it also would have added more value towards the fact that Vega dies in the next episode, and it's a dramatic point. Like, it would have been so more emotional if we actually could have had an episode with them to see more of them. But even with those flaws, it wasn't a bad episode. It wasn't a bad box set. It was an okay box set. But the problem is that with all the other box sets, you were like, okay, they can fix it in the next box set. Okay, they can fix it in the next box set. But Time War was actually the last box set, right? So when you hope into a coherent story, and it's something that something that would feed you, like metaphorically, and you get that, you are so disappointed. Yeah, I think they just tried to show like the big scale and stuff, but Gallifrey really works well when it's about the characters. I think also like they suffer with the planning, with the plan. I think it really feels like they didn't have a plan of where the series should go, because there are some plot moments that just sticking there. Uh, that just it was a bad release. I think out of Time War releases, the first one was the funnest, because it had all the characters. But it's fun to see. It's hilarious to see that this box set already possesses the problems that the other boxes will be, problematic for me. Like, it has all those characters like Ace, Leo, Ramona, Brax, Nalvin, but it doesn't let them all interact together. Like, it just allows them a couple of lines. Like Brax, Ace, and Narvin or Leo, they never interacted in the episode, which is uh like I wish they would. And I think in Time War 4 it just reaches a hilarious amount. Like, it's if it wasn't so enraging for me as like a person who was listening to the series, it would be really funny. Like, if I wasn't disappointed, it would be really really funny, because the lanes the length that these boxes, you know, it goes for such length to separate these characters when there is no point in separating them, that it's hilarious. Like, you know, that first episode of the Time War 4 where Leela, Narvin, and Rayo they go to the Resistance Tower, and Narvin is like, "Oh, I need to meet Ares. He's the head of the Resistance. Wait me here." And he just walks the corridor, and it turns out to be a magical corridor that doesn't allow them to follow him, and they just got separated all of a sudden. And it's like, oh my god, guys, you invented a magical corridor to separate your characters. How bad is that? It's like, why? It's not even funny. Like, when the Time War 3 finished, I was a bit disappointed. Like, I like the ending with Romana, you know, sacrificing herself. But at the same time, I was like, well, that's a cheap trick. It's a cheap emotional manipulation, bro. Uh, like they may not know that, like, Lola Ward, would they join for a series 4 or not, as they say in the behind the scenes, but it looked like a cheap trick. And when people were like, "Oh no, we lost Romana, oh no," I was like, guys, like, the next box set is the end of the series. They obviously would want them together. Like, they would create Brax ex machina to save her. Like, chill the fuck down. Which happened in the end. But I don't know. It's just so silly. But, like, magical corridor, guys. Like, why? It's like, am I not right? But using magical corridor to separate your characters is, like, pathetic. And, like, I'm just thinking how much of a better series it would be. When Time War 3, you know, it's ended, I was like, well, they once again won't have Leela, Romana, and Narvin together. But at least we will have Leela and Narvin-centric episodes since they're together. And I was like, well, that's cool, because they haven't shared a single, like, one face-to-face moment since Series 6. And I was super excited about them having a whole episode, like, just them together discussing what happened during the Time War. Discussing just, like, everything. It's like the Time War 3 set such a good problematic for their relationship. It could have been such a good conflict. I'm sorry that I'm, like, an old person being salty and all, but, like, it was such a good idea that, you know, that whole setting with Narvin knowing that Leela hasn't actually erased her personality to become human, and him keeping it the secret for Leela just because it's Romana's choice to sacrifice her life. And, like, it shows such a difference between Narvin, who would respect Romana's wish to basically kill herself because she's so tired of this war, and, like, Leela's attitude, who would never have left her if she knew that, like, if she knew that it's just Romana's foolish decision. Like, she would never have left her if she knew that, you know, Romana is actually a Time Lord and she's sacrificing herself for them. It could have been such an interesting conflict because, like, there is even the beginning of that conflict going on in Series 4, where Leo started saying that she kind of doesn't trust Narvin because it feels like he's he's not saying something, that he's not telling the full truth. That was really interesting, because it could have been such a point of conflict. He left Romana to die, actually, and he lied to her so she wouldn't save Romana. Like, it's such a cool point of, that could have been like the talk about how war changed them. And also, they could have left the plots with them being separated from Rael, because it would have added so much to that conflict, that Narvin saves Leela, for example, but Rael stays with the Resistance, and we don't know whether he's dead or alive. And they come to that safe ground planet, but they don't know whether Rael is dead or alive. And when Narvin would eventually say that Romana wasn't, wasn't actually like he doesn't even need to say that, but like Leela suspects he's not saying her something. And like, imagine that remaining theme, that Narvin left Romana and then he left Rhea to die, like supposedly. Like, it could be such a good conflict point for both of them. Like, Leo saying that you're just like the Time Lords. You left people to die, and all of that. It could have been such an interesting conflict point. And also, like, I loved the second episode for a lot of Narvin characters study, but have you imagined how much of a better episode it would be if it would be Leo and Narvin sharing this moment where they talk about Romana and how Romana is important to them, instead of Narvin talking to Rayo, whom we, by the way, don't know that much. And like, why would he even care about Romana? He knows Romana for like 5 seconds. I don't know. It's just so stupid that we don't get to see what would be really logical for the series, and it just tries to, it feels like it tries to resist the logical storytelling. That's my take. I'm just a salty person. Unity was a great concept. I think, like, I wanted Leo and Arvin and Romana to have a wholesome first meeting, but it was also interesting that Leo is so pissed at the Time Lords for doing whatever they do in the Time War, that she wouldn't be happy to see her friends. It's a cool concept. Like, it isn't predictable, which is also cool. Like, it's not what fans expected, but it was interesting. But then this conflict that Leo and Romana have, because I don't know, it's so funny, but in the series, Leo always is less pissed at Narvin. She's mostly pissed at Romana, like in Series 5 or in Time War 4, Time War 3, sorry. And like in Time War 4, they're just like besties again, and you're like, how did that happen? Like it could have been such an interesting thing to discover, but nah. But to be honest, I just think that the creators of the box set just grew tired of Gallifrey and Gallifrey again. I just don't understand why they kept going for so long if they didn't like the media or if they are tired of the media. Like, just give it to me. I will give this character what they deserve. Joking, obviously. I don't know how to write. Like, War Room actually proves that a person from the fandom can write a much better episode for the series than like the whole team of Time War 4. Like, are you joking? But no, I don't want to, you know, obviously Sophie is a super talented writer, and they wrote such a good episode. But I just mean like fans fans know so much better what the series should be like than than the actual people in charge. Like, and it's funny because I think Scott Hancock he actually went to Tumblr after each Gallifrey release, and he saw what fans were writing. But I think he just mm, how to say that he kind of did what fandom liked uh, in a way, but it was not about some essential things like good story or character driven story, but it was more about um, those small things that you can call a fan service, like when Narvin is feeding ducks, that kind of stuff. Like, look, it's Narvin, he's feeding ducks, it's so cute. The fandom will go feral about it, and the fandom does because it's really cute. Or they're like, oh boo, Narvin is scared of, has a fear of heights, and oh, the fandom gonna love that. Like, it feels like it's meant to appeal to the fandom and to the Narvin fans, but like I wished that there wasn't, like, they would appeal to the fans in a way that would make a story meaningful, other than the small moments that are cute, but they literally mean nothing to the story for the most part. Like, it's fun to make the posts about like uh, rating Gallifrey episodes for the number of, like, in relation to how many ducks does the episode have. It's very funny, but apart from that, I think War Room was a good box set. Like, sincerely, uh, I need to listen it again to understand more of the plot point, because, well, I'm not an native English speaker, and it's harder for me to listen to the audios, and plus, like, when I listened to them for the first time, I was at work, so I couldn't fully pay attention. I listened to only the first episode at the moment, but overall, it's like the first episode is really good. It's it's really cool. It really plays well into the Time was dehumanizing Leela. It's it's scary, and the whole arc about Leela talking to that guy and saying him that he can destroy his planet himself, and like honor the dead honor the legacy. It was a really powerful scene. I think it's a very good episode. Like the second episode, I don't remember, and the third had like an interesting concept. I need to listen to it again to understand more of the plot because I couldn't follow it. And the last episode, it was just like what I wanted from Time War 3 and 4 in terms of emotions, because like what's even a bigger problem of Time War 4, apart from it being not so good plot wise, was the fact that you don't feel any emotions when you listen to it. Like, it has a couple of nice scenes with Leo and Romana, but when I finished it, I didn't feel anything. Like, I felt like only confusion and like the feeling like I was promised a good dinner and I was given like a tiny, tiny cookie, and it was said like, now you are well fed. Like, and I was like, but no, but I want that. I want uh like I want the characters to interact. Plus, I have a huge problem with that. Uh, the Time War 4, it spoiled even one scene that it had with them together. Like that scene where Leo says goodbye to Narvin and Ramana says goodbye to Narvin. Like, it could have been at least one good scene, like one emotional scene, but somehow they managed to fail even that. Like, by maybe I'm picky, but I just hated that they made Narvin call Leo a savage in that moment, because like it clearly shows how the person who is writing this episode doesn't understand their relationship and like what that means. Like Narvin's character developments is about him stopping to call Leo a savage because it's mean and it's not fair to her. He barely he like rarely uses he doesn't use it as a term of endearment. It isn't a term of endearment. Like, I mean, there are some moments where it is uh like there is that moment where Mona says in that small savage head of yours, and it's meant to sound warm. I don't know, it's constantly used in the series as a slur towards her because she's not from Gallifrey and she's treated badly because she's literally a foreign and she's considered of a lesser species. And like throughout the series, like the last time Narvin calls her savage is in series 5, in which I think it was meant to sound like a term of regret. I didn't have a problem with that uh, because I can't explain in that scene. It felt like him punching himself or like trying to punch himself from his feeling or something like that. But it's not in term of endearment between them. Like, why would you use it in the last moment where they're saying goodbye? Like, you don't understand. Like, you literally don't understand those characters and the relationship between those characters. Narvin's character arc is never calling Leo a savage again. Like, because it's bad, because he values her as a person, and because he treats her like an equal. Why would you do that? Like, why would you ruin even the moment that could have been good with just your misunderstanding of these characters? It upsetted me so much when the Time War was released. I don't know if you have the same opinion as me, but it really caught my ears so bad. It literally, I was like sitting, being like, oh yes, well at least they will have like a painful moment of separation, and then he just says savage, and I'm like, mm, I just, it's like, someone plays the incorrect note, just, and you're like, you can't enjoy the melody no more. It just fucked me up so much. Yeah, it was my essay on why I don't like Time War 4, because they messed up my blur boss. Yeah, I agree with you that, you know uh it was super emotionless. It's so weird, like, you have such a dramatic topic and you would do that, like, no emotions at all, right, guys? You need to actually make efforts to do that. Like, it would be so easy to write some kind of easy story, like, that would be better. Like, I hate to say that because, like, it's kind of to sound mean and stuff, but I would have written a better story, and I don't know how to write. Like, it could have been a more cohesive story. I don't know. Just, I just love Lily and Armin so much. I think they have a really wholesome dynamic between the two of them, and to see them, misunderstood this way, I feel it's very disappointing. Like, wherever you ship them or not. God, the progress on this pick doesn't move any further because, like, I hate line art. Um, and, like, I think that people would forgive Time War 4 for most of the problems it had, if it would have given people some emotions. But, like, it was uh, so sterile, so, like, lifeless. And I absolutely agree with you that when I heard Time War 4, like, before the trailer, I was like, well, I'm not buying another Gallifrey series unless somebody I trust says me that it's good. I'm not trusting you all guys anymore because it messed me up so much that I just couldn't enjoy the series. Uh, Not only I couldn't enjoy the series, but I was like, I could, I felt so bad all the time thinking about it. Like, it genuinely made me upset. It genuinely poisoned my love for Gallifrey at some point. I'm glad that I'm finally okay. And I'm not, I'm not irrationally upset about a piece of media. Uh, because, when you are hyperfixating on something, it just messes up with you. Um, but like it was so damn upsetting. And when I listened to the trailer, and it had that line about, what a terrible time would I become, and it was like, I only like the terrible ones. It was such a good piece of dialogue. It was exactly what I wanted from these two, and it gave me hope that there will be more interaction with them, and there were, and I was absolutely happy about it. Like, I'm so happy with how War Room turned out, and I really hope with a different director, because War Room has a different director. It doesn't have Scott Hancock. I hope they will actually make a good series. I hope they understand where they're coming from and where they are going, where they're leading these characters. Actually, all the lines in this audio, they're just so good. They're so good for them, so in character. I absolutely loved, like, and this is Narvin. He's my Narvin. It's like, it was so in character. It was so cute. Like, it was just, you know everything, everything that I would want it. Like, it's both. It both can be interpreted in any way you like. That he's just her Narvin. Like, you can interpret it that he is her Narvin, which is which is so touching, which is so cute. You can interpret it that she is too sassy and, too, um, like, she's still roasting him, so she's like, nah, I won't call you my friend. You're just my Narvin. uh, it's like, it can be interpreted in so many ways, and it's so funny. It's such a good line. It's just, I don't know. It made me incredibly happy. Narvin he's like, well, what to say? I am indeed her Narvin. Leo is like, I'm not calling you my bestie. Narvin is like, okay, no bestie for me then. Narvin just accepted this. He's like, okay, wife. um, mm, wife platonically. He would also call her his Leela. God, it would be so cute if he called her his Leela. Well, he did. He actually did it in Eurasia. Wait, he called her my dear sweet Leela. So, oh, 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 I'm feeling so many feelings at once. Yeah, my God, he actually did. Literally screaming, crying, throwing up. They're so cute. Why are they like this? Why are they making me feel feelings? But oh my God, I love them so much. And this whole thing with him being like, it's been 70 years since he last saw Leo and Romana. this thing, it just kills me. And you know, I don't know if you thought about it, but the fact that his first line is like, "Let me look at you," and you know, the in relation to the fact that he said that he hasn't seen her for 70 or 80 years, it's it just makes me feel a lot of feelings. Like, uh, why are you like this? Why do you want to hurt me? What have I done to you? Yeah, you do have the most devastating smile. Erasure is just like fatal kill, like finish me. God, I really hope that, that the war room. I understand. Like, I'm happy to speak with somebody about Leo and Arvin. I'm just because my friend with whom I generally discuss Leo and Arvin, she still hasn't listened to it yet. So I'm super excited for her to listen. And you know, I just I just want to talk about somebody, about how cute they are, how wholesome they are. I don't know. It was such a good box set. Like, maybe it wasn't perfect, but at least it was emotionally satisfying. That, like, that's that's one thing that I can say about Time War 4. It was so unsatisfying. Like, we all have a friend. God, I hope to that will make fic writers write things. My secret hopes that that the fic I love a lot will have an additional chapter based on the war room. Please, God. Am I asking too much? It would be so cool. Like, I just love the fic. I don't know, you probably read it. The Quiet Heart. And it ends in a very angsty manner. I just hope it would be so cool if Gallifrey Burning would write an update. I think she'll go insane when she finally listens to it. I can't wait. I hope she will be excited. You know, because that fic, it ends so sad. Well, it ends so sadly with Narvin sitting in Leo's empty flat. It's just, oh, it's so sad. God, I'm not doing well with hands in this one. Yeah, I mean, but also Leo and Armin shippers would be, you know, double as insane. Like, you know, Roman and Leo shippers have their fun, and Narvin Romana shippers have their fun. Now it's my time to party. Like, metaphorically, obviously. I just feel the angle is pretty hard, and also hate drawing things in perspective because I'm not good at it. It's hard for me. Also, wow, it's been like more than 3 hours. Uh, yeah, I just hope that at some point they would just have finally that reunion scene that I want really much, with Narvin and Leela releasing Romana, and they just will have a hug, and I will die happy. When there will be my time for fun? When will I finally be happy? Because I hoped that Time War 3 would have that, but it didn't. When is my turn to be happy? Just let them all hug, please. Yeah, Sophie at least knows what they're doing. Um, I just hope that at some point they will invite Gary Russell to write one episode with Lewin Narvin. I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but I think Gary Russell was like a little bit of a Lewin Narvin shipper. Because you know that scene in Reborn, or what was it, that audio, like the first episode of series 4. Oh, oh my god. Sorry, one moment. Oh, sorry, that was a really scary freaking bug. Oh, uh, yeah, bring Gary Russell back. I mean, that scene in Reborn, where it's always to be married. That's super funny scene. You know it. It's always to be married. I don't know. It's so funny. It's still such a funny scene. I wonder, like, what if Rex accidentally saw some kind of alternative reality? Can you imagine that, like, War Room ends and they're all I don't know, dead, or locked in some kind of safe space dimension, and it turns out that it's that scene from Reborn. It would be, it would be such a crazy way to end Gallifrey. Like they all died, and and they're now in Brack's daydream. But Romana, Leo and Arvin marriage sitcom. Narvin's only work is to be cute and breathable. I'm very sorry that I'm saying that. Maybe Romana isn't in the Matrix. Maybe she is locked in Braxiatel's daydream, forced to hear. But Romana for like all the time. Romana is like, what can be worse? Yeah, yeah. I also thought about it. I mean, as far as I remember from the War Doctor box set, she kind of got some kind of mission from Alistra, and the Dalek kind of destroyed her in a bit and made her see all the versions of the reality, and probably Brack's daydream too. Um, but like, I don't remember how it ends, the War Doctor episode. I hope Narvin goes apeshit when he learns that Lilo has been blown up. I also like that, there is a fun potential of Rassilon learning about Narvin. You know what would also be interesting is that if 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 they would, push Leela against the resistance and would use Romana as a lever to make Leela and Romana the enemies in this situation. Like if she had to go on a mission, but it would be like a mission to get rid of Narvin or something like that. That would be so dramatic. I would love to see that. It would be so cool. I mean, it's a cover art. Like, maybe she looks old because she got into some kind of time anomaly. It would be so interesting, like if they're still communicated in next time war series, like secretly. It would be so interesting, like actually, I would love the angst of Leela pretending that she didn't see Narvin or Narvin trying to talk to Leela and stuff like vacation. She's been like, get out, get out. So I couldn't like, what would also be interesting, like if she still had that color, because that color, it actually, do you remember it was about it receiving the information, like even if Leo dies, she would still give the Time Lords the information uh, that she collected. Like it would be so interesting if they would put the color back on, and Leo would try to act like to push Narvin so she wouldn't have to play it as she doesn't know he's actually with the resistance, and that she knows him, and that they're plotting something against Russell. Damn, it was so cute. It had such a cool potential as a spying device. Like she maybe she is playing with them, but like it would be so interesting if Rassilon would know that Narvin is all right and that he's with the resistance for that collar, and he would somehow try to use that against Leela in the future. This is so fun. Petition to let me write the Gallifrey audios. I will give you all the angst. Please hire me. Like it would be such a cool potential for drama. I actually do you remember like if Leela knows that the caller actually sending all the information to the Time Lords, or she didn't hear that, because I don't remember. Because if she doesn't, she would also blame herself for like unwillingly uh betraying the secret. Here I'm just the angst lord, sitting here imagining super angsty scenarios. God, I would love to see it. Oh, well, if she does, then it's a different topic. I just don't remember if they talked about it with her present or not. But it would be so cool. Okay. But damn, it would be so interesting. Can you imagine Russell using both Narvin and Romana against her and making her choose? It would be so rough. It would be so mean to her. Like, choose between your besties. But at the same time, I'm absolutely sure that if Narvin knew that Leela has a choice between him and Romana, he would just, see himself off just to release her from this choice. God, it's such an anxiety. I'm so good at anxieties. I'm so sorry, but damn, I would love it. It's like, that choice in some. Damn, it made me remember that episodes of Sherlock where when Mycroft starts, Sherlock needs to choose whom to kill, like whether to kill John or whether to kill Mycroft. And Mycroft starts like, kill that loser, like kill that pathetic fool, like obviously Sherlock, and he's just doing that so so Sherlock wouldn't be upset killing him over John and trying to make him choose, just to release the possible blame for killing him. Like, I don't know, it's just I love those kind of moments. Like Narvin, like in a choice between himself and Romana, Narvin would choose himself to, to die, to let Roman leave. It's just tasty, tasty angst. Look, but don't listen to me because I imagine so many interesting scenarios for the Time War series, and they never come true, and then I was very salty about that. Don't think about good things. you know, uh, yeah. That's exactly that. Like, he would absolutely sacrifice himself if that means Leo wouldn't have to choose between him and Romana. Like in War Room, he already was ready to sacrifice himself to, to make sure that she wouldn't die. Actually, about interesting potentials and things that that wasn't in the Time War series that I would love to see in the Time War series. I remember that when the Time War started, I was thinking about how interesting it would be if they actually went in another direction with Time War, like in general. Like, imagine. Sorry, I'm stuttering. How to explain it better? You know that do you remember that plot points with Mantis in the series 2 where they for some reason get close to Narvin? I thought like that's an interesting idea. That's actually really interesting because like Narvin could have get closer to Mantis and then play double agent for Rassilon. He could have gotten close to the top, and Romana and Leela, like if they wouldn't send Leela on the devil, scenario. Like Romana could have went to find Leela, and Narvin could have, play the traitor, like, and I just imagine that scenario where Leela wasn't sent to the master mission, and she's still there for the Time War 2. And Robert and Narvin decide on the safe route that Romana and Leela they go to kill Rassilon, and Narvin starts to play into the Mantis game and gets closer to Rassilon, and in case that their assassination attempt fails, he will be there to leak the information, and to do so and they discuss it only with Romana, and they never tell Leela. So in the end of the box set, we could have thought that Narvin actually betrayed Romana and Leela, and Leela would have been so pissed. It would have been such a cool emotional scene, and then in Time War 3, it would have been discovered that actually it was Narvin and Romana's plan all along. It was just something that I thought about. Like, if I were writing Gallifrey series, that would be something. That would be the direction I would take. I actually thought that they would go with it because there was some plot details that actually spoke for it, and I was like, oh my god, they would do that, oh my god, they would do that. And then they just sent Narvin with Romana for no reason. They were like, considering that Narvin didn't even wasn't even doing that assassination attempt, right? I was like, that's weird. Why? He actually ran there to stop her. Thank you. One day, Big Finish will hire me. And then, to be honest, I would love to just feed somebody my ideas. If they would take it to the series, I don't need anything. I don't need money. I just want to hear that story. Please, feed me. That would be such a good food. I just think that it would have been a really fun potential. Like, it would have given the emotional part as well. It would have been an interesting cliffhanger. I don't know. I just really love the idea of friends being put into a situation when they have to play against each other. It's always so heartbreaking and so interesting to explore. Maybe I'm like this because when I was a kid, I really enjoyed the Musketeer novels, and I don't know if you read them, but in the second novel, 20 years after, the whole storyline is about, D'Artagnan and Porthos being against Athos and Aramis, because they're just like in the different political parties, and they are and they have to be in the different side, but they're still friends. They have to, choose between the regime and their friendship. And I think it's a topic that's very suitable for Gallifrey. Like it always, the series comes to a choice between personal and, you know personal interest and the interest of the planet and state and galaxy. Yeah, Oh, you know those books. I just like many people know the Three Musketeers, but like I don't think a lot of people wrote read 20 years after. So I just maybe it's because that scene where that scene where they accidentally get into the fight with each other because they are in different parties they and they don't know that it's their friends in such a good dramatic scene. It messed me up as a kid. I actually love 20 Years After kind of more than the first Musketeers novel. But that's my hot take. I'm just a sucker for drama. I just I just was obsessed at some point, to be honest. So like yeah, it's my favorite trope. I would kill to have it in Gallifrey. Uh, but like, the matter of choice, which friend do you choose is also very painful, very interesting. Because it also would prove how much do they care to each other. It's interesting. I actually I listened to the audiobook just because I wanted to practice my French a bit. So I listened to the first one. Uh, I need to listen to the second one. I think it would be fun in Gallifrey because we actually haven't seen that in the series yet, and it's like suitable question. I'm just the opposite of this is my idea person. I'm like, just steal my idea and please write it. I will literally die. uh, Also, it's been long. I think like uh, I think like 20, 30 minutes, and I will finish the stream because it's been long. Uh, thank you, thank you. uh, it probably won't be done today. Needs another like unreasonable number of hours to finish it. Uh, I'm drawing less fast because I'm talking so much. But no, I'm just having fun. No, it's okay. I'm really happy to talk about Gallifrey. I'm just I'm just really talkative when it comes to Gallifrey. I just can't talk about my ball bros for hours. Plus, it's like a big work. Mm. Mm-hmm. I just want to try to. Wait. I just I don't know. Like uh, I think that our streams are kind of very chill, like to watch. But for the most part, drawing is kind of a really boring process, to be honest. Like you're just adjusting the lines one by one. Also, good luck with learning how to draw. It's just a matter of practice. I'm just looking at my old pic that I'm drawing today, and I'm like, but once you draw more, you eventually become better. Oh, that's good. That is so fun to draw. Uh, so good luck. Give the phantom some food. People are the hardest to draw. It's it's just legit because they're like they have complicated shapes. Let me check. Well, faces are enough, to be honest. Like from the start, because I remember when I started drawing. Like first of all, I started with photorealistic portraits, and looking back, it wasn't super good, and I'm genuinely not a huge fan of people who, just copy the photos, because in my opinion, it's like it lacks something from you. Like even if you are the best person to copy photo, you're not making anything new. So like when I started to draw, like actually something from my head, I mostly concentrated on faces, and I still think that the expressions are the funniest thing for me to draw. It's it's just super fun for me. So I mean, you can start with expressions and then go to something else. To be fair, it's not a bad progress for like this stream. I almost cleaned it. But to be honest, right now it's much easier to learn how to draw than when I was starting. Because when I was a kid, like there were books on how to draw anime or something, and that was it. You know. And now you have so many good YouTube tutorials that can help you to become better. So, you know, just practice. Do yourself a favor and listen to it. It's so funny to compare, but I think compositionally, this old one is still better. Okay, it's better. Um, but I also thought about wait, about maybe trying to, you know, move the picture later. Mm, you do something like, like this to to do more of a dynamic composition. But it's probably not for today. Yeah, I think like the composition uh isn't too good. Um, it's kind of boring, but I kind of like. It kind of feels like you would want to do something like this in the end. I don't know. But we'll see. First, I need to, finish the thing. Like, some, and then you can create something more dramatic for that. Uh, but that just for the ideas for the later. Hmm. Also regarding that, I think Marvin should be put um, somewhere different. I mean, it doesn't look bad. Uh, the problem is mostly that it doesn't look dynamic. Right. Let me see. Like this thing, it kind of looks more dynamic because you know, um, Romana is more of the center of this picture. Like when you look at the picture, you kind of look at her, and then there are Leo and Narvin in the background, kind of you know, just the eyes follow the picture better than here, right? Um, where they're on the same level, and so it looks more boring. But maybe like if I shift, uh, the sizes and uh, like maybe if I make the horizon like this, like it'll be more dramatic, and like the center will still be on Romana. Uh, but I think my idea with that is that here maybe like later I'll put some kind of static silhouette because like it will create like a foreground. But that's just an idea for how to fix that not so dynamic pose. I will be somewhere later. I just think that maybe you should. I just want him to maybe be closer. Let me duplicate it. Let me duplicate it just in case I'll mess things up. Um, I just kind of want him to be a little bit closer, or I could feel like he's behind her. Let's see. we can see how it works. Like the only thing you need to be careful about is to save the previous drawing. Actually, it doesn't look so bad. Like, okay. Well, I think we're ending the stream like in 5 minutes. I'm just ready to adjust a couple of things. Thanks for coming. I think I will. I think I will finish it there. Oh, since it's been 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's a long stream. Thanks for coming. Thanks for the conversation, and thanks for sharing little Northern love. See you next time.